And chat. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors for what is almost certainly the finale of the game. We're on the final route. We're in the final sequence of the final route. Apparently there's a few hours of the game left. So we'll see how much of the 6 hours the patron has paid for it takes up. Depending on how much is left after I complete 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, we're going to do To the Moon. If there's time. But yeah, why don't we just begin?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X.
Yep, stripped down. Completely helpless. Definitely not Zero.
We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room.
Yeah, sure it was.
I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously.
So there's some sort of cross-timeline psychic transfer going on here. It's not just across the world, it's cross-timeline.
I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
Santa's sister.
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he had grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting the dots.
Zero. he's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Gee, I wonder if he's in the same room as you. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape.
I missed listening to you, Taliesin.
Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Well, we have the numbers.
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2
Come
on.
on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Not
Junpei
yet.
paused for a moment.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever?
Are you gonna shove Snake in there?
I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
What are you thinking, Junpei? Are you thinking that Snake's bracelet is a fake? Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then
Fine.
nodded. Seven pulled down on the lever, and door 9 croaked open. Or creaked open, I should say. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So? We knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is.
What was the point of that then, Junpei?
What happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
Oh, right, he has Zero's bracelet.
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals
The
9.
big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The Reds display read error.
Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
How would it
No,
detect
that's
that?
impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
Sup, Quiet Man. Don't worry, you've missed 10 minutes. Seven waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red. You can actually tell how long I've been live, because there's a timer underneath the player, the video player.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean?
Means Zero's bracelet does not add up
There's only
zero.
one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Hey, Shy, how's it going? Junpei. Scan the bracelets with this combination. Snake plus Junpei plus Cap, 2 plus 5, 7. I wonder if this matters. I'm going to start with Snake, Junpei, and Cap.
Let's try Snake, me, and Cap.
Snake plus Junpei equals 2 plus
If this
5 equals
combination opens
7.
the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 2.
However, that's a no.
Cap's number must not be 2.
Then,
Wait, I found out what the Zero bracelet was on a different path, but I can't remember. 14. Maybe it was 6? Was it 6 or 4? I think it was 6, 4, or 8. Okay, so 2 plus 4 is 6, plus Cap would be 3. 2 plus 5 is 7, plus 7 is 14. So that's 5 plus Cap is 4.
let's try Snake, me, Clover, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 4.
However, I think it was 7 and Clover last time.
It didn't open.
So Cap's number isn't 4.
How about... Let's try 7, Clover, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 7.
However, that's not it.
Nope, it didn't open.
It ain't 7 then.
How about...
Alright. 7 plus Junpei would be 12, plus Cap is 6.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Aha, I was right, it was 6.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised
Isn't
an
it
eyebrow.
obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0.
It's an O?
It's a letter O.
Oh.
O is the 15th letter of the alphabet, right? J is 10, K, L, M, N, O. Yeah, O is 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but...
Is June's bracelet upside down? Is June's a 9?
I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Yes, they would. Wait. No, hang on. Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Okay, so if June could get in any door, June's bracelet could unlock anything. Even if the numbers didn't add up to 9. Because they thought she had a 6. They were interesting. So June's is an open all doors bracelet.
Here, look.
Junpei leaned over to look at
List
it.
of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
6 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8 equals 22. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay, so this adds up to the ones that she has. Okay.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom.
That's some good
And I
memory
wrote
on
what
you.
all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
Door 6 still works.
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Huh. He did go in with her every time. So it could be Santa 0. Could be Santa or June.
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind.
Remember how freaked Santa was when Junpei separated him and her in that door? Ooh.
Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3.
Okay, so Santa and June Okay, so Santa knows his number isn't 3. Santa knows his number isn't 3. Wait, 7 is 7. 8 is, Lotus is 8, so that's 15. So that's 6. Plus Santa's 3. Yeah. Yeah, he can't. But if June's a 9, that wouldn't actually change anything.
Santa's real number? 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. So Santa is 0. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3.
Which means that neither June nor Santa would modify the number.
Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Okay, so Santa being 0, Santa is getting revenge on certain people for their involvement in the notary game 9 years ago that got his sister killed. That explains the inclusion of Ace and the Ninth Man. Shit. What numbers did the Ninth Man use to get into the very first door where he exploded? Okay, but how does that explain the rest? Clover and Snake were victims. Clover wasn't even there. Used Clover's. Clover wasn't even there, and Snake was a victim too, unless Snake was responsible for Santa's sister's death in some way. 7 was there. 7 was trying to save the kids. Maybe he was partially responsible for the death. Was June part of the notary game? The first time round? Okay, let's go through them. Ace was a perpetrator. Snake was a victim, unless he was involved in Santa's sister's death. Santa is possibly 0. Clover was a victim and she wasn't there, excuse me, on the ship. So he can't be getting revenge on her. Junpei is just a bystander as far as we can tell. Unless the twist is that he's Zero. June might have been part of the Notary game before. Santa knows that she has a 9 and not a 6. Does June know that she has a 9 and not a 6? Who? Seven was there. May have been involved in Santa's sister's death. But was trying to save the kids. Lotus is the mom of one of the kids. Lotus was the mom of one of the kids. But was not otherwise involved. So why did she get taken? Why did she get taken and not one of her kids? And then there's the ninth man, who was a perpetrator, and Santa was trying to get revenge on him. Okay, so the big questions are Junpei and June. Why are they here? Did Santa just run out of people he wanted to get revenge on, and picked two randos? The twins were both kidnapped, right, yeah. Alright, well, Junpei is the big mystery here. Unless he's secretly Zero and he's been fucking with everybody. Junpei. Junpei remained silent and
Snake's
thought.
hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are two number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking.
Oh, you cut the conversation
Let's
short,
go.
Snake.
It's high time we went through that door.
Basically the only thing you've missed is us figuring out that Santa and June's bracelets were lies. Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Oh,
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in
all
front
right.
of them.
Let's keep going.
At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship.
These stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over the
Let's
side.
try.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another
Hey, it's a-
door. And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. Which planet is that? Is that Neptune with the trident? It looks like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, it wasn't going to open this
It's a
door.
different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
With a little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
A symbol was engraved on the card
Uranus
reader.
symbol.
It's pronounced Uranus.
This is the
Come
place.
on. He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. Puzzle time! It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books.
Wow!
Oh, it's an awesome library! Oh, I love it.
It's totally full of books.
Yes, Clover, we can see
There's
that.
so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Wait, the library with the coffin in it. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Seek a way out. Well, this should be fun. This handrail is made of metal. That's okay. I don't know why I could examine it then. There's a note on that table. Lights to the books. Huh. What does that mean? Lights to the books. So books that lights are pointing at, or do we have to turn off the lights to see where books are shining? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Yeah, that's a real downer, Snake. Come on, man. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Okay. Oh, hello, Prindle. Ernal, Payu, Nedb, Ovb. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Gibberish is spelled with a G. Hey, what if we, switch them around? Oh, reading them from left to right. Open something. Switch them around. Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Heck, it's worth a shot. Alright, so open, here, find, bulb. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order. Open this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei. I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the titles spell out, open here, find bulb. There's probably more complex puzzles like this elsewhere in the room. Powerful light bulb, alright. Yeah, Peppy Clover is great. Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. Supersymmetric string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where... How to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. So you're kind of an expert on this stuff, huh, Snake? Go figure. Knock it off with this science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? Oh, come on, Seven. It's interesting. Quantum gravity. Seven, do you have any idea what this is? Why are you asking him? How about you start by using real words? Gravity's a real word, Seven. Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Oh, I can look at the ones up top here. All that's here is Faraday's laws of electrolysis. I actually named the supervillain prison in the superhero comic I'm working on, Faraday. Which I'm proud of. I believe that's going to be about electrolysis in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. Okay, I can't look at those. I see 4 books that stand out. Introduction to Geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Okay, so those books that seem to stand out are not useful. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Nicknamed The Cage. Ooh, that's a good idea. I think I'll have the supervillains call it The Cage. That's a good idea. Thanks, Danny. The Theory of Evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up. We're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work. First published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least, that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Alright, educational. Alright, let's open here, find bulb. Can I click up here? Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelf's all science and technology. This book is called, Mind Swap. Ooh, that seems relevant. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. I admit I would be curious. Teletemperation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? I mean, presumably telepathy. Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemperation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says, The Golden Rabbit and the Moon on it. Hey, that's a Japanese story. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Oh, it's Chinese, not Japanese. Ah, okay. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they've got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Razed. Isn't that the Necronomicon guy? It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. I was right. Oh. So these are all occult books and stuff. Alright, let's turn. Oh my god, even more books. No, let's just open here, find bulb again. Energy theory. Development of nanotechnology materials. Interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're going to put me to sleep. The Black Hole Hypothesis. Gamma Ray Astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Oriental History. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake? Doesn't seem like you. Don't know much about that one? Huh. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. There is a lot to study there, yeah. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it'd just put me to sleep. Yeah, you've been saying that a lot, Seven. Why not just stay out of it if you got nothing to contribute? What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. A kid's book, here. It looks like it's a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. Book acquired. Let's open it. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this one. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! L-I-L-K. Kill? Pop-up book. What's that? This one of them pop-up books. L-R-K. R? I don't see an R there. That doesn't mean anything. Does it? Well, you could make them K-R-L. Like curl or Carl. There's no R there. There's a K, two L's, and an I. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're going to find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. The history of Buddhism. That's all you got to say about that, 7? All right. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. Bet that's going to be serious inheritance tax. Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. That's got nothing to do with this. Even more books! Oh, no, it's the same books. All right. This one. It looks just like that picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups. You think they're part of a series of something. They do have the same binding. Some fundamentals of baseball. There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei. Let's see what's in it. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! Head. This is a pop-up book. It's got the letters H-E-A-D popping out of it. Functions of the human brain. Huh. I guess this is a book about the nervous system? I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it too. There's got to be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed? In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. I can't get over the fact that it just says head in the bottom left corner of the screen because of that book. Ancient Gladiators. What's this book doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Human Equilibrium Theory. Human Anatomy. Regeneration of Internal Organs. This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Oh, look, 7. Here's a book that's perfect for you. Oh, what insult are you going to sling his way now? It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. Principles of Monkey Behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology studies on monkeys. Praxeology? Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionary, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Alright, so that's everything here. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like Seven and I don't even exist. Alright, let's make sure. Yeah, okay. Oh, alright. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sheldrake. Liebernies. Dadkind. Owen. Owen, huh? They're all in order. Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Dadkind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Revolutionary. The mathematician. Liebernies? This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Maybe Seven knows. Sheldrake? Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake what? Okay. The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over here. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry? Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's Goldbach's Conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? A conjecture is a guess. Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Later, Daddy. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian Mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Is that you being racist, Clover? It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? Oh, Riemann hypothesis. Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Whoa. Alright. Fair enough. Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Agriculture and historical organizations in folklore. Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like Seven were kids once. No shit, you little brat. Okay, that wasn't very aggressive, Seven. Come on. Hey, guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm going to take this picture book with me. Tales of Old Japan. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just going to have pages inside. Smart at. Whoa! SEI 5. SE minus 5? Oh, was the bar on the kill one not an I? Is that why it didn't call out? Is that why it didn't call out the I in the word? Oh, and it's KLL in Japanese because of the phonetics. Okay. Looks like another pop-up book. This book has an S, an E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out of it. I might be impressed if I was 5. Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa. What's this? Warm? Oh. Sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? Oh, 3 bulbs. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? Then... This is a little weird. So we gotta put lights in it to project. There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights? Yeah. Well, it'll get a lot brighter, but if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Alright, 2 to go. This bookshelf has sort of a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there are only 6 books in it. That seems kind of weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. You can't really see it, though. The glass is all foggy. Oh, we need a combination. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Gave us the answer? Guess I might as well give it a shot. Oh, the number of the books. Okay, so that would be 632415. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Oh, hey! Lamp! Powerful light bulb, that's 2. They do also just have the hint button since it was a dual screen puzzle. Ah, yeah. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. There are books here in all sorts of languages. I can't read them. Oh, I didn't want to go back up. The table says lights to the books. Okay, I've got 2 lamps. What do I do with these? This is a scaffold for the top floor. It goes all the way to all four corners of the room. Okay. I feel like I've looked at everything. I guess I'll start clicking around. The other bulb I got was on one of the shelves here, I think. Ah, but here's something. Oh yeah, it was open here, find bulb. Let's open here, find bulb. Oh, I haven't looked at this yet. Automated robotic assembly line techniques. Huh. What's that? Some sort of comic book? Geez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. An overview of photochemistry? I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Aha! Ha 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 ha! Looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei, I think there's something hidden behind the books. Success! And we'll read this just for giggles. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Don't shove. I'm not kidding. Don't push me. What the heck, man? I wasn't gonna, but now that you bring it up... Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should. Shield Rake 5. Alright, cool. Awesome. It worked. Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. Those letters, they seem familiar.
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Oh, we're going on a tangent. Oh, wait, we're on adventure screen. Whoops. Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Yeah,
Junpei grinned.
Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
Well, I'm very trustworthy. I'm a trustworthy fellow.
Why?
Well...
Junpei's eyes
Look, man,
narrowed.
I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up.
Fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Why? So you can push me off to my death from a 10-foot fall? Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke. 1 second.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. Why do you still have that? Why do you still have that? As opposed to it being in the pockets of your clothes, which were given to Mr. X? Why do you still have that? Interesting.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Yep, he lied about what was on it.
What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say, there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator.
Oh, shit.
It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, oh. Yeah, oh, Junpei. Oh. Snake
what
nodded.
about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Maybe you're just more talkative than she is.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff.
Or it was because he didn't know it happened.
She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you.
I'm a trustworthy fellow.
I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high.
Yeah? Is
I
it?
feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Yeah, why? He seemed pretty okay with leaving us to
Clover
die.
told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Oh, more than anything. But before that happens, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back, guys. All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada.
I wish we had the stuff from the sub route where Seven and Lotus tell me stuff about their pasts, because that's very helpful and important information, and they relegate it to a bad end route.
And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Sure did. Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
Is who did this and why, right?
yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized
Hell
the
yes,
initial
hell
experiment
yes.
were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
There's the 9th man.
Musashido was their majority stockholder.
These could be anyone. Yep.
It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before. In a different
Of
timeline.
course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye.
This is delicious, delicious nonsense pseudoscience. I think I love
Through
it.
that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
A game
Can't
theory.
bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
But I
Snake
still don't
nodded.
get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding.
This is nonsense.
Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well.
So how would you concentrate all that power in one person?
Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment, and then for another moment, because it's ridiculous and would be horrifying if true.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Of course, it didn't work because this is nonsense,
Yes.
but...
Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Oh, I've been told so many weird experiments. Which one was Gansfeld? Junpei cleared his throat and tried
Yeah,
to
that was
act
an
calm.
experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair
Right.
of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
Because of the two locations.
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered.
Not a single
They were
one.
kidnapped.
Like you were. His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total.
Oh, it was pairs of siblings. So Santa was in the Nevada facility.
For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9.
The Garfield experiment is where they lock Garfield in one room and a tray of lasagna in the other. And they test to see if Garfield can eat the lasagna without leaving the room.
The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting.
Why Group
They
Q?
were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic.
Oh, Q and A, question and answer.
From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields.
So Clover's a transmitter then, huh?
The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly.
Except in the Nevada heat, which must have been miserable.
Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica
is a
of
non
the
sequitur.
Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in.
Don't tell me that they transmitted via mind to the Apollo 13. No, they would have just transmitted via
By putting
radio.
themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields.
Okay, so if the Gigantic was sunk, how did Santa get it? How did Zero get it from the bottom of the ocean back here?
The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak...
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
There's one more thing I want to ask you.
That is my parents calling. One sec. Sorry about that.
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
What? Hang on, am I forgetting something?
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it?
Oh, were they hiding the brother-sister pair where one of them died?
Yes. I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing.
Was that Santa and his sister?
They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane.
Oh! Hello! Hello! But he's talking about the girl who he thinks died. So were Junpei and Akane chosen because Akane shared the name of the girl who died? Or was Akane one of the kids in the experiment?
That was the girl who died.
Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June?
Who indeed?
No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely.
Ask him her last
She shared
name.
a name. A lot of other people did too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Ask him her last name. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Ask the name, Junpei. Snake raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name?
Do it!
Just
Ask
couldn't get the
now!
words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. So wait. If the original Akane did die, did she transmit all this information to this Akane? Huh. Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press this button. Let's push it. Oh, damn, alright. Hello. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. "13, 14, 10, 13. 13, 14, 10, 13. This looks like an output monitor. I bet the letters you type in on the keyboard will show up here. 13 is M, N, J, M. M, N, J, M. Well, I bet you've got to type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. It looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters. And you can erase what you typed with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. M, N, J, M, enter. No, that's not it. Alright. Damn it. I just don't get this. What the hell is the point of these Roman... What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals. If you convert them to Arabic numerals, you'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. Ooh, maybe it's the digital roots. So 4 would be D, 5 would be E, D-E-A-D. Dead. Okay. True. But this keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. Why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? Puzzle with Shadow Thing has an oversight in the port where it uses the wrong spelling from the original Japanese version. Obviously, it does not affect how you do the puzzle, but still. Yeah, it said KRL when the book had KLL. So I'm guessing the original Japanese version was Shelled Lake? Shelled Lake? Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Alright, handle. It's time we got this over with. Usually you don't see square... Oh, no. The squares part is bolted to the door. The circle part is what spins. Okay. Damn it! I can't get it open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? We put in the password. What else do we have to do? Maybe the other door? Then that means it's the other door. Oh, it did say... No, it only said Sheldrake. S-H-E-L-D-R-A-K-E. Alright, let's get this thing open. You found it! The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through
what's
it.
the next?
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Ugh, the door!
They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed
That just
shut.
close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
There's a model of the Gigantic down there. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
So, in one door, out the other. All right. Oh, that's a bunch of reds and deads in pieces in here. Interesting. This is the workshop.
It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
I mean, what else have we been doing, Clover? Also, we gotta search through this room to see if we can find Alice.
Oh, man.
They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. Parts for everything. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
For real?
For real? Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking.
Yeah, kick him in the ass, Snake.
Much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
Well, this is different music. I guess it's the We're in a Hurry music. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy. I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. Yeah, you think? I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we've solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Yeah? Maybe you'd know? Oh, hey, it's that puzzle from, the pilot room. The bridge. Whatever it's called. Hey, Junpei, isn't this a nautical table? Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. The material's been added to the file screen. A ruler that's attached to the drafting table. A light that's attached to the drafting table. It's got this little metal arm that holds it up. Alright, real helpful. Drafting table. Looks like it's been used quite a bit. Can't interact with that light up there. Look, Junpei, the rust in here looks like Elvis's face. Is that really what you want to focus on right now, Clover? I like Clover, though. I like her a lot now that she's peppy again. She's very fun. And I kind of ship her with Junpei, to be honest. Yeah. How exciting. One sec, guys. There are some old computer monitors on this desk. You don't see CRT monitors that much anymore. I have a CRT TV in the other room that I kept around for playing old component cable games on. But I don't need it anymore because I've got a component to HDMI converter, which works very well. Gosh, this desk is really big and it feels really sturdy. Yeah, it does seem pretty heavy duty. I suppose it belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say? I think these fans are for ventilation. Yeah, that's what fans are usually for, Seven. They're probably there to circulate air. A steel cabinet with a double door. A pipe. Great. Alright, let's turn. Oh ho! What is this? There's some kind of panel on the right edge of the control panel. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. Wonder if any of these buttons do anything. Okay, alright. D plus 6 plus blank equals A. 1 plus F is 15, is 16, plus 5 is 21. Is L. It's a pipe, not a grate. Okay, so 1 plus F plus 5 equals L. That's lit up in green. So 21 equals L. We gotta make L's elsewhere. 9 plus 2... 9 plus 2 is 11, plus A would be plus 10, is 21 for L. Four plus 6 is 10. Okay, the D plus 1 plus 9 is A, but that's in red, so it's not correct. 6 plus F plus B, 6, 8, 15 is 23. So that's a no as well. Okay, I think I get the idea. So we need to make 21s in horizontal middle, horizontal bottom, vertical middle, vertical right. And vertical left and horizontal top need to add up to the same number. Okay. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. Oh, it's one of these puzzles. You just got to use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. It's just a lights out grid with an unusual end state. Damn. And here I thought I was being clever. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Alright. So let's look at that. Not harder than I expected. The chart Clever gave me. I just need to plug in a number for each letter. Let's look at that file. Was that added to the file screen? Oh, do I have to use the hint? Nine plus C equals L. Okay. All right. Six plus 4 equals A. All right, so top left has to be missing. Middle bottom has to be missing. Okay. Top left and middle bottom need to be missing. Okay. Okay. Oh, almost got it. Okay. This is going to take me a minute. Okay, this is going to take me a minute. All right, so let's work from here. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! You did it, Junpei! You're so smart. Why, thank you, Clover. That did take me a minute, though. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. Cross emblem. Alright. Oh, we need 4 of those. Alright. I'm going to put an emblem into the four indentations on the desk. But, huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, and 4 waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order? That order, huh? Okay. 3 monitors here. Power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. Keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys, see if we can wake this thing up. Damn. No dice. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. It's so small. I wonder what it is. I got no idea. Probably important. Wait, interact with the mannequin head? No? Oh, it's that. Okay. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is this nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines in the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay then, show me. Now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want it to turn to, the compass will turn that direction. Then I've just got to press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I think something will happen if I can do it right. Alright, let's do this. Hang on. Let's look at that file. Alright, so southwest. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Southwest, southeast, northeast, east, north, east. Okay. This monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Maybe I should go over the instructions one more time. Touch direction. Just gonna press stop, and the compass is pointing where I want it to. Let's give this another shot. Okay. So south. West. Damn it! Too slow. South. West. Southeast. Northeast. East. North. East. Haha! Yay! You did it, Junpei! Good boy. Who's a good boy? Alright, well, if we're getting our relationship to that point... Ah! Knock it off! Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It's just kind of slid open and something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise, too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? Alright, well, let's take this. Helm emblem. Box by the exit. There are piles of crap everywhere. This is a pretty impressive mess. If we try and search every one of these, we're going to be at it till the cows come home. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to go bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. How about we deal with this area later, okay, guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, there's Alice! Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. A coffin. Oh, man. Does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be... I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Well, probably something along those lines. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice. Ah, the two machines. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Oh, well. Let's open it, shall we? Oh, we're gonna open it? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay. I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way. Hey, Seven, you think you could open it up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic. Is that actually true? Alright. This is the box that opened. What is this? There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of this stuff. The material's been added to the file screen. Okay. On a steel shelf in the smoke-cluttered room, it has a Morse code key for the letters S to Z. Smoke-cluttered room, J to R, A to I. Okay. So there's a telegraph we gotta do something with. By the way, before finishing this room, I recommend clicking on the pipe near the fans above the box you just opened several times. Okay. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. There are 3 pipes here. Give me a P. Give me an I. Give me a P and an E. What's that smell? Pipe. What the hell are we doing? Alright, that's cute. Alright, that's it. Alright, so Morse code. Oh, we've got another one over here. Alright. See what happens when I... Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Just tap the button and it'll enter a dit. I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. You can also switch through the code sheets I've got by touching the 3 icons over on the right. Alright, let's do this. Let's try SOS. Okay. Alright. 3 letters. Probably one from each sheet. Two characters, 4 characters, 1 character. The last letter is either E or T. There must be a clue to this somewhere. 2, 4, 1. ICE. Okay. Haha! I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. You had all in previous puzzles who had to be ice here. Fair enough. Yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now? What? Well, let's take the code emblem and check out the coffin. Wrong direction. All right, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. It's empty. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there, though. Well, 2 somethings, actually. What is that? Oh, hey, the Neptune key. There are 2 things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it, and the Neptune key. Yes, we finally found it. Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know? Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important, though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes, coffin emblem. Alright, now, I hope it gives me a hint as to what the 4 numbers were that we were supposed to put the emblems into the thing in order. Oh, I put the emblem into the indentation, but nothing's happening. The indentations are numbered 1 through 4. And there are symbols for a steering wheel, a cross, a weird circle, and some kind of waffle pattern engraved on here. Okay, wheel, cross, circle, waffle pattern. Drop the emblem of the steering wheel in here. Whoa! I have to solve a puzzle for each of these? Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least. What's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Oh, so it's like the Nonary game. Press the check button once you have moved all of the balls, except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it. I still don't really get it. What don't you get, Junpei? It's exactly what you've been doing for the past 9 hours. Whatever. Like they say, practice makes prefects. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Okay, so digital root of 6, digital root of 3. 3 to 5 balls. I can't use the 9. Okay, digital root of 6, digital root of 3. Oh boy, this is going to take some advanced math. And by advanced, I mean simple, but that I'm going to have trouble tracking. Okay. 1 through 8. Digital root of 3. 8 and 7 is 15. 6. 8, 7, 6 is 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 15. Okay. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Item next. Cross is next, right? Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move. Ironically, that'll make it simpler. The numbers for each area are different too. It looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? Alright, 1 and 7. Can't use 1 or 9. 8 plus 6 is 14, plus 2 is 16. So that would be 7. 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 7 is 14. 6 and 2. 3 plus 4 plus 6 plus... no, 8, 3 plus 4... plus 5 plus 7 is 19. So that wouldn't work for 1. 7 plus 5 plus 4 gets a digital root of 7. 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 6 is 16, plus 8 is 24, so that wouldn't work either. Two plus 3 plus 5 is a digital root of 1. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is... 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is 21, plus 4 is 25, which is a digital root of 7. 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8. That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Code. Yeah, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Find this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Alright, can't use 1, 3, or 9. Need to get 2 7s. Alright. 8 plus 6 plus 2 is 7, so 14, 16, and 1 plus 6 is 7. 4 plus 5 is 9, plus 7 is 16, that's another 7. Okay. 4, 5, 7, 2, 6, 8. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Remember the coffin. This is the fourth one. This puzzle looks a lot like that last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Yeah, you think? Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright. I'll solve it in no time. Alright, can't use 1, 3, 6, or 9. I need an 8 and a 9. I need 3 to 5. Wait. Hang on. I need 3 to 5 numbers in each. Can't move the red balls. Eight plus 5 is 13, plus 4 is 17. That might have been the numbers I just put in. Hang on. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 2 is 17. Okay, how the hell am I supposed to solve this if I can't... There aren't enough numbers. What? There aren't enough numbers to do this if I need 3 in each. Okay. Hang on, I'm going to back out and see if I get a hint. Damn it, I just don't get this at all. The rules are displayed on this screen. Maybe I should read it again. It's showing me the ball puzzle with instructions for it. Touch a numbered area, the area will be selected will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to the area. Cannot move the red balls. 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all of the balls except for the red ones which you cannot move. Move the balls in the area must match the number for that area. Let's make sure. Okay, so I only have 5 numbers, so I can't do 3 to 5 in each. Maybe I don't have to do anything for 9? 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 5 is 20, plus 4 is 24, plus 2 is 26, which would be 8. Oh, I had to put nothing in the 9 one. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions! Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe.
A picture.
Oh, what do we have here? Oh, it's the four dudes, one of which will be Ace, and one of which will be the 9th man. In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the...
Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit? Oh man.
It's Ace.
That's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the ninth man and Cap too.
What about the third guy? Is he being saved for a sequel? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree.
Happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's
You
thoughts.
say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the ninth man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the ninth man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Sure are.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his
What's
eyebrows.
the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
Back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
You idiot. That's what the back is, Junpei. Junpei flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the
Praying
dark.
for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary project. Nijisaki. Kobuta. Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back
That means
himself.
Ace, the ninth man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why am I not surprised?
Because there's timeline shenanigans putting information into your
Ace
brain.
was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's
Ace
face.
was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told him. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Yeah, you weren't present for on the ship. I guess Ace addressed the kids on the ship, but not the ones in Nevada.
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
Did he have the chance to? I don't think he
I'm
did.
sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, I would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. About to remember something, are you?
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know
Seven,
them.
do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
This close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. For the record, this whole experience has taken us definitely more than an hour.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
So we should be sunk into the ocean by now.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide, and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with
What?
excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to
Like
speak.
Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a
How
pressing
do you
question.
know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his
You
chin.
want to know?
Yes, Seven. I mean, I already know, but Junpei definitely
Of
does
course.
too.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might
This
take
is
them.
going to take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Yep, sum it up, man.
Just
We're on
give
the
us
clock.
The short version, all right?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat
All
back
right,
on.
fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. and my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle.
Yeah, sweet talking, by which you mean threats of physical
My source
violence.
told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship I was talking about. There was a bunch of movement there. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried.
Man, the audio mixing is not great here.
There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
Hey, my complaint about not getting Seven's backstory has been addressed. So that's good.
Metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. It would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by another grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see
Definitely
shit,
not small, not big enough for him to get
but
through.
I knew it in my gut.
But oh well.
This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then when my inside man told me, it popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The First bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. Wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice.
Oh. Oh, 18 minutes, another 9.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator was bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct.
One sec.
The kids were screaming on the other side.
You do not have leverage in here to break that
Found
duct
it.
open.
I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. And the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for.
I see Santa and Akane.
They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when we're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes.
So not all of them made it in here. Wait, no. Akane was in that picture, so Akane's still alive at this point. Which means that there should be 2 sets of digital root of 9. Which means they could all make it through.
I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
Oh, I bet that's Lotus's kid in the bottom left. Kind of looks like her.
They just got frightened. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I try to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope.
Oh, and that's Snake, too.
All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall
Better hurry.
Voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. The boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here?
Is that Kubota or Ace?
Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
It's Ace.
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
So how did Akane die if he got her out of the room?
1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. I went to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
I mean, did you not catch that, Seven, from the voice and the kid context?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
What? If he's still in there?
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. Up and up and up. Feet pounded the steps. Our arms pumping fast. Round, round, round. The devil was on our tail.
The announcement was in English in the original. Fair enough. If Seven doesn't speak English.
The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing her name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Nobody answered
We
him.
outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too. So did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me.
You're gonna go after him, right, Seven?
I spun around to the boy in the jacket, and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? Got it?
The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. The boy.
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me.
Wait a second. If they split up the siblings between Site Q and Site A, why were Santa and Akane both in Site A on the Gigantic? That's odd.
We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
Why are you so fixated on burning some of the kids? You're nuts, dude. More nuts than I thought you were.
Planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Okay, so Akane had the 5 bracelet.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut.
Is he trying to burn himself?
We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
It went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes.
That's a lot of time to sit and wait.
Evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
You fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me!
Oh god, this is horrible.
I'm really scared! I don't want to die! Please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
Oh.
It's gonna
Poor
be
kid.
all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise.
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked
Come
at the
on,
floor.
man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head, but there was something Junpei
Hey,
had to know.
Are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore.
Yeah, the voice acting there was great.
A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
Here we go. Here we go.
What matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry
Kurashiki.
lips.
Your
That's
name
her.
was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. 7 turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear 7 and Snake
Don't
talking.
misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. 7 regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them
Santa's
again.
real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
It actually isn't that different. It's clearly the same voice actor, just pitching his voice a little
I'm
higher.
ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was
There's
back.
still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room.
It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
Oh, duh! Why didn't I think of that?
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. He wouldn't have had time to think about it, and think about the two things in connection.
If he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
So, is this actually Akane Kurashiki from the Nonary game? Or is this just some random woman named Akane Kurashiki that Zero found?
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think, he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and had even begun to accept it.
Then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. But that guy can get fucked, seriously.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence.
What?
And then the room shook. Oh, we're out of time. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit! Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that had held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
The material's been added to the file screen. Keycard 0. Fortunately, time doesn't reel. Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah! Now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei. We don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it! The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the key card through and the door
All right.
rumbled open.
It's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key. Let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then, suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt
What's
down.
wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
You came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
What happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good.
Alright, who kicked the shit out of Santa?
I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
I bet Ace has it. Or June. Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him. Oh, I bet he got shot in the gut.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. They had to reuse this piece of art at some point. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace
You have me
sneered.
at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Another brain blast! Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable
No
mystery.
matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well.
8. And with this,
Then, at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket with his third hand. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the
9.
red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The ninth man. Kubota's bracelet.
1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood
I've had
boil.
quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments.
Okay, taking Ace and Lotus out leaves the 4 of us plus Santa and June. So that's one too many people to get out. If Santa stays behind, that makes... And June has the 9 braces. So either June or Santa is going to stay behind.
Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening?
The door isn't opening.
One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. Last time we were in the room, Ace never had the chance to open the door. Oh! But wait. Didn't he... Didn't he just take Lotus and the 9 bracelet with him through the 9 door before? Or was it a group? I can't remember. It must have been a group. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Nobody used this door last time. I'm talking about the door that... there were 2 9 doors. He passed through one of them. The rest of us passed through the other. So he must have taken a normal group and then pulled the gun out when they got to the incinerator. Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. 7 chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, 7.
Don't mention it.
7 stood over Ace, his breathing slow
Just
and
one
heavy.
punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah.
He sure is.
Finally figured it out, dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
You killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Genuinely confused, the text says.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives.
Oh,
1.
excuse me.
In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route.
1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Blah, blah, blah.
Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power.
Junpei's about to Control-C, Control-V info from the other timeline. Yup.
In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank?
Wait, when did he have a chance to kill Musashido?
You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think.
Junpei and Clover took a while talking to each other. Didn't they talk to each other in the room after they found Musashido dead? I must be remembering things out of order.
Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the Red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
I wouldn't go poor Nijisaki. He too was responsible for what happened 9 years ago.
And you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Oh, buddy, he sure
Sorry
is.
to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Oh, he took that and he went into the next room. Ah.
I handed it to you, and you left the room.
Right, that's when.
You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket.
Ooh, I completely missed
It wasn't a very
that.
good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of
with the
paper.
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said. Is it a note from Zero?
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent.
Ooh, and he didn't take that option.
Once you've confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters.
Man. He must have had a hard time keeping his mouth shut about the various puzzles that he already knew the answers to. The watch suddenly reappeared in your inventory after that scene. Ah, I didn't even notice.
As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning, then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters.
Standing there screaming his head, raging over Junpei struggling. He wanted a backseat so hard. Oh.
I asked him, and he answered.
Suffer, asshole.
He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with, left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. Don't pity him! After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke
Ace,
quietly.
You figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap.
Well, you were desperate, and desperation breeds stupidity.
Yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge.
Or her own hands.
9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and
Well,
something
I
else.
guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurishiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things?
Oh, it's June. I was right. It's
You made
June.
one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurishiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. We're trying to manifest her into being? Where June had been, there was nothing.
Hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurishiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Inside their heads! Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the nonary project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic.
Okay, hang on. So, Santa's not Zero, but we've determined earlier that Zero is one of us. It's not Ace, obviously. It could be Snake. It's not Santa. It's not Clover. It's not Junpei, obviously. June is... they're trying to manifest June into existence. So it might not be her. It's not Seven. I doubt it's Lotus. And the 9th man is definitely not Zero. Kubota, I should be calling him. So Snake or June? And Snake is in that weird outfit. He could have switched clothes with Nijisaki himself. The ninth man is a smear on the walls. Yup.
The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed in the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed?
Oh yeah, we didn't discover how Nijisaki was killed in this timeline.
Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Zero is transmitting into me? Into Junpei? Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Ooh. Imagine a river that splits in two like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. So Zero was the narrator the whole time? It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the ninth letter of the alphabet. But I am also Zero. No, that's not true. I'm not really Zero. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than Zero. This worked better on DS? The reveal? How would it... This is the big reason why I'm confused why the port lets you turn off novel mode. Huh. Yeah, that would have been really weird if I got here and it wasn't in novel mode. Ah, but it doesn't let you turn off novel mode right now. Zero is my future. In 9 years, I will be Zero. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go? Why is Clover... Oh, shit.
Freeze.
Oh, I can't go back to novel now, either. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off of him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks strained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door,
Hey,
but...
what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
Narrator's out for lunch. Hope you can survive the horror of adventure. DS narrator was on one screen and Junpei stuff was on the other screen. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Well, he's also got the 9. Which door was the 1 door? If Ace has the 9 and Santa has the 0, and Ace also has the 1 on his own wrist, that's 1 door. Where did the 1 door lead? I've lost track. Was that to the submarine?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
Oh, Captain's Quarters was 1. Oh. 2 was submarine. Okay. That's it? That's all he's going to give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. 'Cause I'm the leader. Somehow. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be all right. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Okay, so in 9 years I will be 0, but the person, Akane was a transmitter. Akane is transmitting from the past into Junpei in the future to manifest herself alive again. But if she's doing that, how did she arrange the nonary game?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit, we've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, all right, we can do this. I've just got to... No, it's not going to work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm going to need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Oh, man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
All right, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 is 18. Oh, we'd have to leave Lotus behind.
What? And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Yeah, the monologue difference from the narrator is a really nice touch. They knew what they were doing when they did this. Man, this is just too cruel.
Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
If you're not... Look, it'd be bad, all right?
Did they know each other? For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
Man, where did this come from?
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier, at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9!
What if it requires all 9 to open?
Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
Oh, interesting. So this doesn't take a 9. I guess... Oh, you know what? It could take only June's. It could not open without June. It could be that only her bracelet would open it.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of it 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at the door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. Akane Vision! Yes! I've been right the whole time! I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. This is how they solved the fact that at this point the DS version had shit happening on both screens. Should I click this? Should I click Akane Vision and switch it to something? I don't want to do that if it'll fuck something up. Don't think you can. Okay. All of his feelings and worries, and it will automatically keep going back and forth automatically. Okay, cool. He was feeling what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. Remember the elevator scene? The one with all the innuendos? My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. Man, I fucking called it! I called it so early! Oh, man, I feel good about that. I called it so early. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow, I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. Did she use Junpei to gas everybody else and bring them here? Is Junpei Zero? But I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
Oh, there's a little kid! Oh, no! You know what's really neat? In the very first escape room, one of the vital items is taped to a mirror, so Junpei has to look into a mirror and see his reflection. Let Akane know right away who she'd be linked to. Ah, cool. That was my brother, Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. "I want to go home," she cried. "I want to go home." Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
So her name is just Clover? She used her real name? As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult.
It's Yotsuba in the Japanese, which is basically the same joke where it's the name of the plant and a valid name. Huh. So, Clover was given the number 4 very particularly. On purpose.
My sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand?
That's what Snake was thinking when he heard Clover say, "My name is Clover."
If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. How she outplayed Ace so easily, knowing how he's going to react years in advance, is one hell of an advantage. Oh man, yeah. And she can look at a whole bunch of different potential timelines and see how he generally acts, so she can lay those traps for him. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes.
every bad end Junpei experienced is not a what-if, they're all canon. This is a really cool story structure. This is a really cool story structure. I really like that all the endings come into play. And that's why you have to do the other 4 before you can do this one. Because Akane has to see what happens in those timelines.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening?
You only need to do the safe ending, huh?
What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother Aoi swallowed hard and answered.
This room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator. And that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
So it was good luck that I did all the endings before getting to this one, huh?
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes was filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him
Don't worry,
Seven.
kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
Yes, and that you couldn't get this ending on the first go. No, I mean, like, it's lucky that I did all of them from right to left and did this one last. So that I got to experience the whole game and have this as the capper. The rest happened just like Seven had said it did. The four of us who had stayed behind were saved by Seven. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Owie, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. Up ahead? I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized...
Where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
That's why you went back? I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. How did the others not notice you passing them? You were in front. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. Oh, it's a gift from Junpei. Ah. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I'd thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs and freed it... The door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Oh, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards, like a Resident Evil character with tank controls. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then, suddenly, the door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Owie burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out. But then,
You're too late, idiot.
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. I thought he picked her up and threw her into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all, and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lowly around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in
Junpei vision. Ooh. That was a cool switch.
minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was going to say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it.
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
So why is Santa killing us?
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
Oh yeah, you never pressed your kids on what happened, huh? Well, we have 18 minutes to explain it to her.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise, I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well...
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
Oh, hopefully.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because they looked for it
Because
9 years
I looked
ago.
for it 9 years ago.
All right, repeat what I say. All right. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. Oh, one last puzzle! Oh, final boss puzzle. What else can I say about it, but...
What is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. Wait, has Junpei been able to solve all these puzzles because Akane's been sending it to him? All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. That is a rough image. Damn. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, all right? Everything's going to be okay. You've solved worse puzzles in the past. Ah! Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
If it was earlier on, maybe Akane could solve her puzzles because Junpei solved them. Ooh, there's a point. All right, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's got to be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Ah! Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Try moving the lever, maybe? Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Hey, one last puzzle. Huh. Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
This was a Sudoku in the original. Huh.
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
All right, puzzle. How do you work? Oh, man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Shit. 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but... In the original game, this was a 9-square Sudoku just to ram the number home. I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
Oh, really? But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just
Yes,
solve
please.
the puzzle on that machine.
Thanks, Hongo. Real helpful. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
Terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty.
Yeah, sure you don't.
I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
So the two bracelets he took out were to give her as the third a way out.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Holgo left the room, he had scanned two bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are two numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3.
So that's 4. Oh, so June's number is 5, just like Junpei's in the current notary game. Oh, interesting.
Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. Junpei's number is 5 because it was Akane's before. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She gave him the number 5 because it was hers. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Holgo's muffled voice from across the room. Muffled voiced, it says.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate.
Wait, if he knows this in the past, why doesn't he know this in the present? Why was he surprised that the verification function wasn't working?
In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Huh?
Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in
9 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. So the plan is get Junpei to solve it in the future so she can get the answer in the past. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, knees weak, arms are shaking, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. Oh, is it time to solve it as Akane? I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
And connection reformed.
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here.
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her.
Akane!
Shit.
Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course. But I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. So this is all an attempt to change the past. To bring Akane back to life.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
So that's why Santa started the incinerator, was to put pressure and set up this puzzle solution so that Junpei could solve the puzzle for Akane in the past. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so clever. That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in...
Akane only ever gets fevers if you choose paths away from the true ending? Oh, that's so cool! That's so cool!
7 minutes.
Oh, skip it over 9 minutes? All right.
We don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my God. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is. Zero is. Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Oh, and she was, she's not so innocent. She's set up revenge so that Ace would murder his compatriots. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Oh, yeah, no, revenge involved, yeah. I'm saying that she's not so pure and innocent as June has seemed up to this point. The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, all right? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, all right? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
If there's a timer on this puzzle, I'm gonna laugh. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. All right, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus. I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, all right? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
So it has been Junpei solving all the puzzles up until this point. Seek a way out! It's another downgrade from the DS, because it was a Sudoku before. Alright, so the one can't be moved. Alright, let's take a look at this. This puzzle using the dual screen, the puzzle is flipped. I return, fill me in. Holy shit, where to start? You have to turn the DS upside down? Puzzle is also just kind of dumb on its own merits. The Akane screen is receiving the solution what the Junpei screen sends. Oh, that's clever. Okay, Danny, so what's happened is, it turns out that the experiment for people being able to transmit information to one another over long distances with telepathy has worked especially well on June in the past, who's been transmitting information back and forth with Junpei in the future, trying to set up a situation where he can save her from being incinerated in the past and dying. It got crazy. Okay, what the hell am I supposed to be doing here? You also have crying Akane as a motivator to get good. Oof. Oof. So if I hit hint, will it flip the screen upside down? Should I hit hint? Is that needed information? Okay. It's not needed. Okay. What the hell am I supposed to do here? It's originally a Sudoku. Is it a Sudoku? Is it Sudoku rules here too? June was a temporal anomaly. She's not here right now. But she was and was not. Yeah. Okay. What the hell is this puzzle? Is it just a Sudoku? If it was a Sudoku on DS, then it's probably a Sudoku here. Okay, so... how do the letters play into it? Do they add... I'm not going to lie. I have a hard enough time solving a 3x3 Sudoku. So I might have been able to do it in the DS version, but this is rough. I don't know where to begin. Yeah, the letters make me think that they're either numbers of the alphabet letter or the number they would be in hexadecimal. But those are some large numbers either way. Okay. Actual question that I wanted an answer to. Are the letters, do they stand in for the number in the alphabet they would be? So R would be 18. More or less, yeah, okay. Okay. I'm going to open Notepad. Okay. A equals 1. D equals 4. Is that an O or a 0? O equals 15. P equals 16. R equals 18. S equals 19. W equals 23. Okay. Well, I'll write a second S in there. S equals 19. Okay, so we've got a 1 that's locked in. Okay, let's start with 5 plus 16 is 21 plus 6 is 27, 28. You know what? I'll bet the digital roots of each column, row, and diagonal have to be 9. Ooh, that might simplify this. Akane's roasted to death, by the way, already. I've spent more than 6 minutes on this. Okay. A question I want the answer to. Am I correct? Does it have to be a digital root of 9 in each row, column, and diagonal? Because otherwise I'll be here all day. Digital root is 9 for every column. Okay. Okay. Where the hell do I start with this? Let's see. 5 plus 3 plus 18 is 26, so that can't be it. 7 plus 3 plus W is 33, so that can't be it. R plus 18 plus 3 plus 23, 6, 36, 44 is 44, so that can't be it. Alright, let's start with the one with 1 in it, because that can't change. Alright, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I'm not going to be able to solve this without help. I suck at Sudoku. I cannot keep all these numbers in my head at once and solve this puzzle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for the solution to this diagonal from top left to bottom right. If you give me those numbers, I can solve the rest of the puzzle myself. Or don't think about the numbers then. Think about the letters instead? Alright, hold off on giving me the answer until IGU tells me what he's talking about. Don't think about the numbers. Could it be that the letters are supposed to go in the corners in the center and numbers elsewhere? Okay. Oh, where do I start still? I'm going to be here forever. And the reason I'm asking for help is because I've tried solving Sudokus in the past, like even the 6 square ones I have a hard time with. I can do the 3x3s. If you really push me to. If you need another hint, let me know. Don't think about the numbers. So I have to place the letters and fill in the numbers after. Okay. Okay, so there are 8 letters. Okay, yeah, give me a hint, please. I'm sorry to disappoint that I can't solve this puzzle on my own, but I have a hard time wrapping my head around Sudoku puzzles. Spelling. Oh, okay, spelling. The letters spell password. Oh, I get it. Hang on. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit. It wouldn't be that, because it would have to be the same solution as it was in the past. Let's try 0. No. Alright. Password. Oh, it'll give me a hint now. Password? I'm inputting a password now, then? Are there any hints? What the hell am I supposed to put here? Alright, how many letters can it be? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, let's just try putting in password. Okay, that's a no. The screen appeared after I solved the last puzzle. Maybe the hint was in that one? Was I supposed to memorize the positions of the numbers? Something in blue flashed when you solved the puzzle earlier. Oh, the 9s. Okay, so the 9s flash between all the numbers. Do I just add together 12 9s? Because 2 in the top, 3 in the middle top, 2 in the middle, so 2, 3, 2, 3, 2 is 12. Just 1 9 for the password. Oh. Oh. Alright.
Yes, that's it.
Is that your final answer?
Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
And suddenly Akane's in the room with us. Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared, and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. But I am so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course, that's fine.
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay.
Shut it.
Oh, don't be rude, Junpei. Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Well, press it, dumbass! Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
What? They changed it? Akane changed the answer in the past? Or to be different from what it was in the past? Why would she do that?
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. And again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. Is Akane going to abandon everyone on this ship to die? Was she just using us? With no actual sentimental attachment? What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what the numbers on that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. 8 plus 7 is 15, 20, 24, 26. Okay, so digital root of 8. Then, door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's an upside down 6? It's an upside down 6? It's not even a number.
It is hidden.
Wait, what?
An exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one, or we are all fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go. If it's not a number, it's a P? The P isn't the 24th letter of the alphabet.
Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Hurry, 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 hurry.
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Last second.
2. Central gate has been opened.
It really works when written down but not when spoken. Yeah.
Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We've still got to find the dead. Well, that was easy.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. Okay, so Akane demanifested. Akane demanifested. Santa and Ace are back in the ship. Santa probably sacrificing himself to drown Ace or something, rather than just shooting him in the head. Maybe Akane wants to kill him herself? I just want to take a nap,
Akane?
but...
Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. Excuse me. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried, and cried, and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelets had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective, who we'd call 7 in 9 years, and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. How was Snake looking at you? He's blind. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running, up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
You didn't have to draw her with her breasts jiggling around like that.
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the two numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Oh, it was a Q!
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
Wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase Q!
In the original, seek a door that carries a 9 is something Zero said out loud because 9 is pronounced Q. So the localizers had it written as a note so it would work in English. It's honestly impressive it worked out like that. Do you remember that puzzle with the crests in the room you found the Neptune key? Yes.
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way,
Numbers were in red, and what could you place in the boxes? Ah! 1, 3, 6, and 9 were in
you
red.
could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. How many stairs are there in this staircase? The ship isn't that tall. I swear, any moment now, I'm going to tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are going to burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes. We're finally here.
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big, heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. Is she waiting on the deck in full Zero regalia? I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aui's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. We're finally able to escape from the gigantic. Why is Snake looking at the sinking ship? He's blind! On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Owie whispered. Yeah. It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. That's not the end, is it? Yes, finally, air! Ah! Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Are we in Nevada? We're in Nevada, aren't we?
No way.
You've got to be shitting me.
It can't be.
This is...
Oh my god. Like I said, the ship sank. Yep.
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. This is another fun trick with the perspectives. At the start of the game, it showed a boat and a bomb going off, yeah? That was on the bottom screen of the DS, also known as a Kane screen. Junpei was never on the boat. Oh, that's cool. There's a post-credits scene in the game. I always stick around through the credits and give my final thoughts on the game. So I would see that naturally, but thank you for letting me know. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Off your wrist! Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. I mean, a chip would be able to do that. Well, I guess, what year did this come out? Like 2008. So I guess chips that small wouldn't have been able to do that.
Akane.
Figures.
Jumpy.
The Academy Award for acting to June for crying over Ace, putting himself to sleep in his self-sacrifice. Oh man, I kind of want to play through this game again just to recontextualize all the June scenes. The only bombs in the players were the ones in the 4 members who organized the first game. Okay, that makes this a lot better. The replay value is immense, yeah. I don't think I'm going to get to do that on stream, because Shai wants me to move on to other games once I finish. But I do kind of want to replay this game and see all the recontextualize all the June stuff. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Wait, that's it? We're not going to see Akane? We're not going to see what happens with Santa and Ace? Oh, and the all ice thing is because June is frozen in time. Oh, man. That was really good. That was really, really, really good. Connie didn't kill anybody, but she put them in a dangerous situation that in other timelines resulted in them dying. No, she's responsible. She is as responsible for the deaths of Ace's co-conspirators as Ace is. Akane killed those people, as surely as Ace did. But damn. This is my second visual novel. I think. Yeah, the only other one I've played is the first Phoenix Wright game. It's important to note that this situation is why Zero lost in that one ending. It was probably Santa over the loudspeakers. True. Yeah, this, I think, is my second visual novel after the original Phoenix Wright, which I played, like, 15 years ago. Oh!
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look, then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see.
Holy shit!
It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
You okay there, kid?
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
Ow.
I might check out Digimon Survive at some point. I can't afford to get it, though. The only new game I'm going to be buying for the foreseeable future is Pokemon Scarlet, because I lost my biggest patron, and I'm going to be tight on money for a while. So my purchases for November are going to be Pokemon Scarlet and Christmas presents for my family. We talk about wanting to replay this with Akane's perspective, but imagine Santa. Every time he sees Junpei go through the wrong door and prepares to die or see Akane die. Oof. Oof. At least he doesn't remember his alternate timelines. Or does he? Santa's freak out when Junpei forces the situation to go into door 3 is incredible when you know that he and Akane have to stick together. Yeah. I do want to replay this game.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Are those the people who were killing the rabbits? Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition, gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Oh, so that's why Santa had the sudden change of heart and pulled out the gun. It's because he knew he had to. Santa keeps trying to bring up incinerators to Junpei during Door 3 puzzles to guilt Junpei, even though he doesn't fully know. Ooh. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive.
This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
That actually does sound pretty fun.
Watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down.
Yeah, let's get the fuck away from Building Q.
Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh.
How do you know that?
Going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Maybe Snake can drive. Oh, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. Oh, shit! The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious.
What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big, swelling lumps.
Run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
I guess I could have.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it
They
into
asked
the
me
wind.
what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any
Like
more than
Ace.
I do.
Well, I guess I should say Gitaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project?
Well, he wanted to learn how to
Anybody?
control people.
Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. He looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
Are you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Holy shit, that's so sad! I mean, fuck this guy, but oh my god! That just made him so sympathetic! Oh my god! That poor bastard! He's got face blindness, Danny. He can't distinguish people's faces. Oh. Now I feel really bad for him. I mean, fuck him, but damn. That makes him way more sympathetic.
I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. I think it feeds into the whole killers with disorders trope, which isn't great. Yeah, I can see that, but I think... I think it more makes him incredibly sympathetic than it makes him horrifying. I think that's a key difference between this and other killers with disorders situations, where this is a punch in the gut that makes you feel bad for him, as opposed to it being presented as a scary thing, the way mental disorders often are when they're killers with disorders.
All right, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a
my
little
next question
nosy.
doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, trying to catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Oh, Ace wants to answer that question. Sounds like Hongo has something to say. All right, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it.
Excuse me.
I used that extract to create Soparu. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Aww. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm.
Are you sure it's, for you, doll?
I assume a For You doll is either a particular tradition or a particular brand. name.
Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much?
Oh, after
I mean,
June!
We're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Well, that's an odd way to describe it.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this. It me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Yeah, that was a bit uncomfortable. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Yep. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, bullshit. Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't...
Look, over there. There's somebody next to the road.
Huh?
Seven wasn't in on it, was he?
Hmm?
The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. So we're not going to see Akane? We're not going to see post-game Akane? Oh, it unlocked the coffin ending. Oh. Yep, that is a long stretch. Okay, so, final thoughts on the game. Damn, this was really good. This was a really cool mystery, a really cool presentation, really cool timey-wimey bullshit. I liked this a lot. I'm really glad I got to play this. This was really cool. And I was right! I called it so early that June was Zero. Oh, I feel good about that. How did you react when I called that, Shy? I gotta know. Oh, man. Oh, I'm proud of that. It's been fun seeing you Sherlock this game. Yeah, how'd I do? Wasn't too surprised. Some people suspect the sudden best friend trope early, but a lot of people get thrown off the scent. Well, I was never thrown off the scent. Man, what a cool game. You've been accidentally correct with a lot of stuff even whilst joking. Yeah. Go back to the very start of the game on the flowchart and skip until the puzzle begins. Okay. Double control, right?
Wait, it stopped?
So, Shy, how'd you like my playthrough? Alright, I'm at the beginning. Hang on, that's odd. Usually it changes to Akane's image instead of Junpei. Huh. Well, that's a shame. So, Shy, how'd you like my playthrough? Glad you enjoyed it. Man, what a good game. Another thing to do is idle on the menu. Ooh, what happens then? Memories of the Escape has the escape rooms in the order needed for safe and true ending. Huh. Cool. With the 2 extra rooms at the very end. Oh, here we go. Why do I know? Excuse me. Why? Why do I know these things? Yeah, this would have been very spoilery. I'm glad I didn't watch this. I'm glad I didn't watch this. That would have been very spoilery. Oh man! All right. Well, I wasn't expecting it to take 5.5 hours to beat the end of the game. There was a lot left. Damn. Well, that'll be it for today. That's the end of my Zero Escape 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors playthrough. Up next from this patron is going to be To the Moon. We're not diving into Virtue's Last Reward yet. We're going to do a couple of side games first, which I believe are very short. But we will eventually be doing Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. That'll be it for today. Tomorrow is another patron pick, which is, I believe, yes, we'll be playing Outer Wilds for Oro. So tune in for that. Then Thursday and Friday, I don't know what I'm going to do. I may work on one of the games that I have ongoing. Or I may do Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not sure. And then Saturday will be Final Fantasy XIV. So stay tuned for that one. In the meantime, Shy, since this only took 5.5 hours and you paid for 6, I'll add a half an hour onto next month's stream. So you'll get 6.5 next month. Because there's not enough time to do anything in To the Moon. So there's really no point in starting it now. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.